Good morning again. 1 second. Okay. So I have continued a little bit on this project in my downtime. And last time I was trying to overhaul the pathfinding, but I realized that also wasn't a good idea. So the pathfinding is what it is for the time being. It's not perfect, but it gets the job done. And I want to continue working on the world itself. Where was my scene map generator? Voxel world. I have to create a new one. Some things may be broken because I changed some stuff around. I did some testing with the enumerator. So previously in places like this, I had the enumerator stuff going on. But as it turns out, that is super, super slow. Like not even within the same realm as just having 3 nested loops. And I tested different variations, but nothing comes even close to this. So I decided I will just have to deal with it and always have these 3 loops. So the Z component is 5. Chunk size. Oh, yeah. This is not chunk size. This is just size. Size X, Y, and Z. I always heard that the enumerator is very slow, but I had no idea it was this slow. Like we are talking about several orders of magnitude difference. Okay, so this should still be fine. Just put some stuff down. Doesn't really matter all that much. Test. Serialize. Oh. We cannot serialize because this doesn't exist. There was also a problem with my git ignore. For some reason, the packages were set to be ignored. And then I did a cleanup of my local project folder. And all the packages were gone. Not great, not great. Okay, and we should also commit the test words. I think that's also set to ignore. Yeah. Now let's commit that. Okay. So now I can go in here. I also did some cleanup. I removed a lot of old stuff that I'm not using anymore. Okay, that still works. So what I want to do is get the functionality of these of this gizmo out of this script and put it in its own script so I can use it in different places. So make a new script and we call it path finding gizmo. Which is a mono behavior, and then we want all of this. All of this. And these booleans. Yeah, no, this Pathfinder I don't want, so we'll have to split this into two. So you keep the Pathfinder stuff, but the rect entities and the voxel entities go over here. Get cube. Oh, this is a button. So what are we missing? Entity manager. Entity manager is easy. We just need to get that on start. Like so. And voxel entities and rect entities. Just this. Okay. I also disabled all the AI stuff in my Visual Studio. That was just getting on my nerves to no end. Never suggesting anything useful and oops, always not letting me do what I want to do. Really, really annoying. Yay. Let's call this path finding graph gizmo. Oh, I also realized I'm not in the correct category. I haven't changed my stream thing. We are in game development. Game. What was the name of the fucking category? Game. Game and software development. Game and that is the one. I was playing Dragon Age the other day. Yeah, seems good. Okay. So moving on. Now I can at the pathfinding graph gizmo draw all the things. That doesn't work. Missing subscene? What? I mean, this was empty anyway. But Andragism selected. Cell entities. Wait, maybe they're not created at that point? Oh yeah, this creates the graph. So this won't. If I put this here. Yeah, then it works. Okay. That should be okay, I guess. We'll also have to account for changes anyway, so yeah, good enough. Okay, so now I have a different scene, which is this one. Where I have a generated world. And I can also generate this with a height map. And these cylinders here are supposed to be trees. So now I want to add the trees to the graph. And I also have to create a graph from my voxel world. So now it's time to think about how we properly set this up. Create a graph here, graph creator. We get the world data. This one is here, voxel graph creator. So this is driven by the world generator. So all I really have to do is make a new voxel graph creator, create graph, world data, voxel world data. No. Create graph. Something is missing. Create graph, blah, blah, blah. No, that's all we do here. We also need the voxel node merger. Okay, so the setup is not great. This also needs this. Okay. So this would be a somewhat realistic graph. Now we also have to account for the trees. And we have to do that in the voxel node merger. And we also have to start thinking about how we handle changes to the world. Right now, it's all just set up at the beginning. But obviously, we also want to be able to make changes dynamically. So this voxel graph creator makes all of these tiles. And we're only creating the ones at the top. We're not currently doing anything with caves or the like. So we should also check possible props and then not create these nodes underneath. Create graph. Create chunk graph. Ah, yeah, here we say if there's something above, then we continue. Thus, do not add it to the graph. So it would be as easy as just adding a check for the props here. So let's start with that, I guess. So we're just gonna say we don't only need the voxel world data, we need all the world data. Voxel world data. Here we need also world data. Data. Voxel world data, chunk size. And in the world data, we also have the prop data. And there we need something to find the positions. Currently, all of this is just in a big list. Which is fine for now. But how do we... What is the path from changing something in the world to changing the graph? If I add a tree, then that would be in the ECS environment. Yeah. And if I change a block, that would also be in the ECS environment. So we should do this with ECS events. So I'm not using this. Okay, so let's so I need a system that will update the graph whenever something changes. Okay, so let's make a graph updater system. I'm not entirely sure how this is going to work yet. Mm-hmm. What else do I need for a system? Create, destroy, update. Hmm. Let's ignore the rect for now. Here. Oh, yeah, now this won't work anymore. World data. Data, what's the world? What's the world? Oops. Data. No. Data. Just make this empty. The fuck? Okay, so we got all of our nodes. That's a lot of nodes. Voxel data component. That seems like a lot. We have 16 by 16 chunks. Sixteen by 16 by 16. For some reason, we have like 250 nodes. We shouldn't have so many nodes. Oh no, we create a node for every voxel, but then we only connect the ones at the top, which is also not great, to be honest. We should only create those that we actually use. Yeah, no, I think I know why. Because here we check the one above, but we also have to check if this voxel is none. Oh, but we do. Voxel type is none, that we continue. What? Oh, wait. We should get 16 by 16, which is two. Okay, no, yeah, that checks out. That's a lot of nodes already, 256. Chunk size is 4. Oh. Why does this not work? Oh. Because this is a constant, which shouldn't be a constant. Chunk size. Where does this get called? Chunk data. Chunk data length. Public. Let's just make this internal. should be fine. Chunk date. Oh. Yeah, of course, that doesn't work. Chunk data. This has to be set up from somewhere. The chunk mesh gets created in Voxel World. So I'm just making this public. Yeah. And then we create this, we say length equals data chunk size. Okay. So now we got 4x4. Which should be 16. 2 minus 47, yeah. Okay. Okay. So now what was I doing? We need to update the graph. Hmm. I think. Yeah, so we have to update this anyway. Because this is also important for the mesh. So I think this cannot be parallelized. Hmm. 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 And we start with our data structure, which is just a normal 3D array, essentially. And then we have to translate that into entities. The entities act as our nodes. When the entities change, let's say there's we add a block on top of another one. And then we have to remove the node associated with the block we cover and create a new one. So in here, we have to know all the nodes. Or at least we must be able to find them. And we have to figure out what changed. We have this voxel data component, which has the global position. Thing is, how do we find the entity at that specific position? We have to do a query. And it's actually a good way to do that. The entities are not sorted in any way. So right now I'd have to do a linear search, which is idiotic. So I have to lay out my entities in a grid. So I guess I can't really use an entity query. No. Okay. So the jobs need to be burst compiled. I was just wondering, I need the burst compile on the system, but apparently not. So what I would have to do is I have the world data here. Somehow I have the world data. And then we have a an event. We call it entities, component data script. Voxel edit edit event. And this would have a int3 position. I have a different thought. I could use the entity IDs as an index. So I could perhaps say all the entities from 1,000 to 10,000 are node entities. Is that a smart thing to do? Can I even define my IDs like that? Hmm. Hmm. And then it would be very fast to find the corresponding entity, because I can just calculate the ID from the position. Then I would do something like we need a query like this. Need the voxel edit events query voxel edit event state entity manager. Oh, but we have to create this here. Voxel edit events query. To component array voxel edit event. To component. Oh wait, component data array. Allocator temp. And then I would need to have I think I don't even need the world data, do I? I mean, perhaps, but we need something like entity node entities. So then I could say node entities for each var voxel in this position x, y, z, and then do stuff there. From there, could remove the old one, add a new one. And then recalculate the transitions. But then I need this array here. Which would have to be created here. That should work, but I don't know. So first problem is that we have a potentially very big array with the node entities. I'm thinking about having worlds about like 1000 by 1000, which is already an array of the size 1 million, which is kind of big. And that doesn't even take into account the elevation, which we might have. Do we already have so many entities? I make a world that's 50 by 50 chunks, one chunk has 16 blocks. That's 800 by 800. That's already quite large. This is 16, do 50 by 50. This is gonna take a moment to generate. The question is, how many entities are too many entities? Because I want to have the entire world loaded at all times. The simulation will have different layers. So whatever you are looking at will have the most detailed simulation, and everything that's far away has a very rudimentary simulation. But I don't want to do any approximations where something is just not simulated at all, and we have to then load it in and calculate what changed and where everything is. This takes much longer than expected. Hmm. $800 by 800. Hello, Unity. Somehow it says it's paused, but we still can't click anything. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Can we do it? I feel like I did the same thing yesterday and that worked just fine. Hmm. The task manager says it's fine. We're using a lot of RAM, but for some reason we're not responding. Hmm. Weird. Hmm. Okay. For some reason that seemed like too much. Oh. Okay, so I can't do that with the I system. Interesting. Let's just comment all of this out. Okay, so maybe try 25 by 25. Still have null ref exceptions. Ah, uh, if this is null, then just return. Hmm? What? Oh no, wait, the entity manager is a struct, huh? Yeah, so that can't be null. So we have to check this. Hmm. 25 by 25. That should be fine. Or maybe it's the noise that is killing it. Because for the noise, I'm also creating one very big array. Which may not be the best. Okay, this already puts the FPS at like 140, 120, 140. And we have a whole bunch of entities. For some reason, we can't see this. Entity manager, this value. Well, default is created. For some reason, this shows nothing. Awesome. Oh, because the gizmos is disabled. Duh. Okay. If I try to do this with a... Okay, wait. Let's do a little test. World generator. Generate world. Let's make a stopwatch here. Stop. And debug. Unity engine debug. Lock. World generated in SW elapsed total seconds. How do we still get this? Object is not set to a reference. Oh, world is not a struct. Okay, so we have to say is null or it's not created. Then return. Okay, so one chunk takes 0.024 seconds. If we make it 10, by 10, so that's 100. That is 2 seconds. So 100 times more as it should be. We add another, oh yeah, we can't add another 0. If we say 20 by 10, then that should increase by a factor of 2, so 4 seconds. Yeah. Pretty much exactly. I'm just taking some time to create all the meshes. Okay, if we don't draw all the gizmos, that's still pretty fast. Oh yeah, that is super slow. And we have 51,000 entities. So that is 4 seconds. Make this 20. Then it should be 8 seconds. Yeah. And once all of this is loaded, then we're back at 140, 150, 160 almost. 20 times 16. 100,000 tiles. And we have 100,000 entities. So this is still okay. I need some references. How big are maps in other games? Let's see. Timberborn. How big are maps in Timberborn? Oh, Timberborn had an update. Wonders of Water. 3D water physics expanded verticality. Expanded verticality. End game wonders, map reworks, official mob support, new languages, and more. Yes. Blah blah blah. 256 by 256. That is about the biggest they got. But also Timberborn doesn't have interior. So all the buildings are just a couple of tiles big. Okay, let's write this down. Timberborn has 256 by 256. What else do we have? Going medieval. My game would be closest to going medieval. In terms of like game mechanics. If we would make a new game here, map size. Okay, it doesn't say. What is... doesn't say. Oops. No, we wait. Is there any way to find out how big this is? Can't even zoom out much. Does it show coordinates somewhere? Oh yeah, there, position. So this 265. Okay, so this is 265 by 265. That's just an odd number. Going medieval is 265 by 265, which is about the same as Timberborn. And this already feels quite large, to be honest. So if we were to go for 256, that's just 16. So 256 by 256, 65,000 tiles. And if we go 20 by 20, then we add on another 4 times 16, another 64 in that direction, which is about, I guess, yeah, like this much. Hmm. Okay. Let's check RimWorld. New colony. So here we can go up to 325 by 325. Officially, I know there are mods which can make it bigger, but this is what is officially supported. 325 by 325, which would be nonsense, divided by 16. 20 chunks and then some. And this definitely not small. Now it's highlighting the animals. I was wondering why they're blue. Hmm. Hmm. This might still be a little bit too small for what I'm trying to do. Let's see, what else do we have? Norland? The ultimate size comparison right here, right now. How big is your map? New game. You can't even choose a map size, it would seem. Let's see. Does it show size somewhere? No. Hmm. Hmm. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in height. So this is probably also like 256 by 256, I would guesstimate. But here we also don't really have interior. All these buildings are fixed size, which is not what I want. So they can fit more stuff in a smaller area. Maybe I could get away with something like this. Okay, let's call this 256 by 256, probably. So that seems to be about the range everybody goes for. So maybe I don't even have to shoot for the stars so much. If I go with 25 by 25, that's already much bigger than anything that we've just looked at. Mm-hmm. 12 seconds to load, which is okay. Hmm. So 25 by 16, 160,000. Okay, yeah, I guess. What target then should be 25 by 25 for now? Okay. In any case, let's back to 1 by 1. So we would have to say we have about 160,000 entities for all the nodes. And then we have maybe about 1/4 the amount for the rects. So it'd be looking at about 250,000 entities just for navigation, but I think that's like the biggest part. Huh. So this array could be like 400 by 400 by probably 32 in height, which is this much. And even if it's entity, how big is entity? I think entity is 2 ins, so 64 bits. So we'd be looking at times 64, that many bits. And if we convert this to megabyte, Oh. What is megabyte? Megabyte. 41 megabyte only? Okay, that's much less than I expected. Okay, so that shouldn't even be a problem. It's a big array, sure, but not outrageous. Okay, so I guess this approach would work. we create an entity. Is there a way for me to set the ID? No. I could just make a bunch of entities. Okay. So I think we're going with this. Then I need to do a system base. Now this is a class. And then we have to do this in here. And this would this is still partial. Update. Override on create. And override on destroy. Okay. So we have to create this in here. Let's just make this public static for now. We already have this native hash. Oh. Could use a native hash map. That would make it smaller. But also slower. But since we're only looking at like 40 megabyte, this size isn't really an issue. And even if we go for 800, we do 50 by 50, which would be very, very big. 800 by 800. There's already 16. Oh, wait. 800 by 800. 64, 640,000 by 32 by 64 is this much in bits. So that would be still only 163 megabyte. Okay, yeah, so size is not an issue. Tiles. Okay. Voxel graph create. I want to try something here. Let's make a stopwatch. Start. Stop. Debug. Unity engine debug log. Voxel graph generated in this many seconds. Let's make it 10 by 10. So that is 3 seconds. And now if I make this into an array, I guess we can make an array like this. Tiles is new. We can get the voxel data component from the entity manager. There's not really a reason to have this in this array. Let's try it like so. We say entity data total world size x data world size y data world size z. And then we'll have to say can I find a nested loop here? Or kind of. Why? Check this in here. The position is XYZ. Entity is tiles x, y, z. Voxel data component we get from the world default entity manager get component data. Voxel data component from entity. Why do we have this as a parameter? That seems unnecessary. Create graph. Tiles global position y position z voxel entity component already gets added to the entity manager. And then we say tiles is this upper tile x, y, and z. Upper tile position, upper tile T. Tile. Oh no, this is just up. And then we need voxel data. This is already defined here. Voxel data component upper tile comp is world default entity manager get component data upper tile. And this is what we have to check here. Voxel type and rotation. Need water. upper tile. So that's how this has to work. So now we do the same for every other direction. So this is down, down, down. Down tile position. This freaking hair is tickling my nose. Down tile comb. This is this, and this is that. Oh wait, that's the same. Down. Oh yeah, we have several different cases here. So this is also this and that. Okay, this is again up. Okay, so we need this here. And then this. It's just plus neighbor offset. So we take this. And this is neighbor. 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 Voxel type helper. This. The upper one again. Upper tile component is none. And neighbor tile component is ramp. And then we have this here. I think. Okay. Let's ignore this. And let's see how long this takes. Oh, that's already half the time. So yeah, array much faster than hashmap, unsurprisingly. Entity does not exist. Nonsense. This is world generated in 1.5. We didn't get to the end of this. Why are you sending me to the wrong file? Entity manager. Entity does not exist. We're only creating entities. It's not none. So I guess here we just say if entity is entity null, we'll just continue. That should do it. Outside bounds. Oh yeah, of course. So if X is smaller than 0, or X is greater or equal to tiles get length 0, or Y is smaller than 0, or Y is greater equal this, and let is this, then return false. No, not return false. We have to say oof. This is like so upper tile, and then this goes here. And then we have to say if upper tile has a value and that value and then we have to do the same shit for all the other ones. Let's just put this all in brackets and invert. So I have to do the same thing here. And this goes in there, and we need this here. And this here. Value. Down tile has the value. And that. And same shit again. Okay. Let's see if I got this right. No. Entity does not exist. Oh, yeah, I also have to say if the entity does not exist. If is entity null. Then do this. Otherwise, the tile is null again. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Three seconds still. So same time actually. Yeah, that looks correct. So hash map and array are actually equally fast. Interesting. Let's see. Let's make some more tests here. How do I do this? So this goes here. And then I will just revert the other one. Create a revert. So now we have both versions. Graph creator. Excel world data. Test this again. Oh, yes, right. I have to add the watch. Create graph. Hmm. .1. There's like a small difference. The array is very slightly faster. Let's try both. Yeah, the array 0.1 seconds, well, 0.08 seconds faster. Okay, and if I put this in a build, okay, we'll need a second to build. I'll be right back. Wait. I need my log. Default company. Player log, here we are. Now if I run this, that was very quick. Huh. So in the build, the hash map is actually a little bit faster than the array. I mean, not by much, it's about the same, but it's interesting. Okay. What if we make it even bigger? Build once more. And run once more. Load super fast if I'm not in the editor. Ah, okay, now the array gets considerably faster. Okay. So if we do 30 by 30. So the generation is really, really fast. Just creating all the meshes takes some time. So what does the time say? Still about 0.05 seconds faster with the array version. Okay, let's go for 50 by 50. One last test. One last test, mommy, please. Ah, now it takes a moment. Not many moments, but still very fast. Zoom, 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 zoom. Okay. Oh, now the hash map is a little bit faster. Okay, so apparently it doesn't really matter. Let's run this once more. See if it's consistent. Somewhat, yeah. Okay. So apparently it doesn't really matter if I use a hash map or an array. There's like slight differences, but not much. So it really comes down to what is nicer to use. I guess the native hash map is better because then I can also use this in a struct system. Hmm. But then there's still the question of how I get this information into the world data array. Do I even have to? Actually, well, yeah, I do, because I still have to take care of the mesh. But if I also put the mesh into ECS, and I just have all the stuff, all the data in entities, and then I only really have to get it out of the ECS world when I'm trying to serialize everything. Yeah. So the world data and everything inside would just be for loading and saving purposes. And at runtime, everything is inside entities. And then I have one big hash map for my nodes. And when I want to serialize, I just have to read out all the entities. It doesn't seem like a bad plan. Okay. So that's the plan. So this is again a struct I system. We don't need this. We would have a native hash map. Something like native hash map int3 to entity. That would be all the nodes. And then we have this and that. Can we open this, please? And update. And that should be fine, no? State entity manager. Okay, that is allowed. Native hash map. Hey, just tuned in. What's going on here? Hello, Frickin' Franklin. I am thinking about my architecture. So, what I'm doing, I am trying to make a RimWorld type game with the difference that it's 3D. And I'm using Unity ECS. And I am contemplating how I load and save my data, how I arrange my entities, and how do I get from my data to my entities and back. But I think I found a solution. So I'm currently working on the world. I already have some pathfinding implemented. And that's basically where I'm at. So I just did some tests with array versus native hash map. And turns out they're pretty much equal in performance. So the native hash map obviously takes less space. And well, the array takes more space, but should be faster, but in this case, it doesn't really make a difference. So I'm sticking with the hash map. And this is essentially where I store all my... I worked on Dragon Age Vega? No, I didn't. No, I just played Velga the other day, but I didn't work on it. So I don't work at EA, nor BioWare. Okay, so for starters, oh, too stupid to do. Just woke up. No worries. Okay, so I need an event when I add a voxel, which is this voxel edit event, which then triggers the graph reconstruction for my pathfinding, which is very important. Um, so I think all of this can probably go in on create. Or maybe I just leave this here. Chunk data. So here I create all my entities for the first time. And these have to go in here. So maybe I turn this into in3 entity. Value. And then we say entity manager, component data, voxel data component entity. We don't need this. Global position is this entity. Try get value. Oh. This is just entity. And then I have to get have to get the component. So I suppose we do this in a different if. Entity manager. Entity manager? Entity manager. Why does this return the entity manager? The fuck? That is nonsense. We also don't have to pass it in. Okay, so here we say entity manager, get component data, voxel data component of the upper neighbor, voxel data. Oh, we already have that name. Up voxel data. Okay, and the same thing for everything else. down voxel data. That is almost the same. There are many different cases here. This is where I find out which nodes have what neighbors. And since I have ramps and stairs that go up and down, there are a lot of cases to consider. So that's why this is a bit repetitive here. It's probably a way to make this more concise, but I haven't thought about that much yet, because I'm still very much in the prototyping phase. This is entity. Try get value. This goes here. Neighbor. Voxel data of this. Voxel type. Global position. So this is the upper neighbor. So this has to go inside. Wait. We're getting the entity here and we need the entity component here. This is again the neighbor. The neighbor is a ramp. Neighbor rotation. Correct. Then this is that. And this has to go one lower. Okay, I see why I made the hash map of the component and the entity. So we can just say entity manager get component data, voxel data component of up dot voxel type. That should do it, hopefully, maybe, perhaps. And then I can, for now, say when all of this is said and done, we get this system, let's just make this shit public for now. Entity manager get system. Oh no, I have to say world, default world, gets existing system, graph, update system. Graph, update, is that system handle? What is system handle? An identifier representing a system instance in a particular world. That's new. System handle. Oh. Update compared to get type. Get system. Get system managed. Or maybe get system managed. I can't do this because this is only for class systems. Why can I not open this? Where component system base, yeah. Okay. Let's make this static. I'll think about that later. Node entities is this. Okay. So that gives me all the entities in that system. Oh, fuck. I didn't reduce the size. Oh, no. I think it would be faster to just restart. Let's make it very small. Okay. That still seems to be all right. And now I have to bring over my voxel editing. Yeah. Beans generation. So this is inside the camera controls. Let's just bring this over to here. Oh yeah, there's also the UI, huh? So we need, oh, and also the preview. Okay, so I need also this. Okay. So this is just the camera movement. And UI is fun? Are you crazy? Graphene. Disable that. Okay, there's my UI. UI is my nemesis. I do not like making UI. Takes so long every time. Okay, so I have to extract the logic that lets me place blocks. So let's put this in here, I guess. We'll call this block placement utility. Okay. So we need the is rotating is for the camera. So I need, and let's just bring everything over to start with. Okay, so we don't need this. We need mouse position. We need the camera. We need the mesh object, which is not in this assembly. Just make this shit public. And if you work as an UX engineer, I see. Well, if you only have to design it, I know you say engineer, so you also have to implement it. I don't know, maybe a little bit of a masochist. Voxel settings. Voxel mesh data. I shouldn't need the voxel settings. I only need the. Oh no, I need to know all the types. Oh, but then I can. No. I shouldn't need this here. speed, I also don't need. Velocity, I also don't need. So we don't need forward, we don't need right. Place, rotate. Rotate block. This is camera rotation. Select on up. This. The voxel type selected. Move camera, we don't need. Rotate camera, we don't need. Okay. So on select voxel type selected. So this comes from the UI. This is the voxel type. And then when we select, we tell the chunk, hey, add this. But actually we don't want to tell the chunk. We want to create an entity. No, we don't. Yeah, we want to create an entity. But of the event. Where's my event? A voxel edit event here. So this has the position. We also need the rotation, which is just a byte. And we also need the voxel type. And that should be about it. Then we don't need this. We do need the mesh. Ah, yeah, right, for the preview. For the preview. So we do need the settings. So we do need the settings. That means the settings must be public. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. The voxel mesh data also has to be public. And the voxel faces have to be public. That's probably okay. It's all read-only, so that's fine. Chunk. Okay, so this is the raycast. Raycast on the map, chunk mesh, pointed. Yeah, okay, so we, next problem. I also want to move the mesh into the ECS. So I don't really need this kind of raycast. So I will first have to make the meshes. Okay, so we ignore all of this. What is work like as an UX engineer? I've never. Well, I always try to avoid UI work. I find it very frustrating. You get some design by some UI designer, and then you implement it, and then they test it, and then they change their mind, then you have to change it again. And that cycle never stops. Okay, so when I create my world, we create these chunks. But if I want to put them into ECS, I also have to transfer that, all the logic of the mesh creation, don't I? Hmm. Face settings, voxel settings. I don't even know how meshes work in ECS. I think they actually work the same. If we create a new subscene, empty scene, test scene, ECS. Ah. Did you create the scene? Not really. Test scene, ECS. Oh. Okay. I hate subscenes. They don't fucking work. New subscene. Hello, M Sophie? Sophie 20? How are you doing? And then I create a cube in here. Is this converted automatically? No. Doing good? That's good. Okay, so wow. Thanks for the follow. The follower alert always catches me by surprise. How about me? I'm okay, I guess. There's so many things going through my head in this project. So I would have to making only entity authoring. Is this it? Cube. What project am I working on? It is a RimWorld type game. Difference being that it is 3D, and I'm trying to use ECS to do stuff. And this is about what I got. So I create my world in chunks. As you can see, they get loaded in back there. And yeah, these cylinders are supposed to be trees, and that's a whole other thing that I'm trying to implement. I have some pathfinding here already implemented. We show this. Best of luck, thank you. I'm trying my best. It's not easy. Market is bake only. We stripped out of the live game world. That's additional. I forgot again how this. Yeah, it's very difficult, especially if you're trying to do everything by yourself. This whole baking thing still doesn't really make a ton of sense to me. How do I set this up? I don't even have a subscene here. The Unity says you need a subscene. For the baking. You can also create entities without the baking. Oh wait, I did have one test pawn here. And speed. Mana behavior. Spawn data. Yeah, this is all very old stuff here. First I was thinking about making it 2D, but I feel like I can do more stuff with 3D. Spawn data. Baker. Oh yeah, you don't have to attach. Ah, okay, so you need this Baker type. I feel like they still haven't found like a good way to make your game objects into entities. It's still very cumbersome. Where's my scene? Here's my scene. And these friggin' subscenes also don't work. Ah, okay. Now I got something. Now it's a proper subscene. I put my pawn in here. Then that should be made into an entity. No. Let's try the cube again. You go in here. Take only. I've seen converted. Entity. Didn't I have another scene where I already did this kind of thing? No, das ist test scene. Aha. Spawn data, spawner. I'm also a programmer and I know HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and a bit of C#. How many languages do I know? Well, the one language that I do mostly is C#. That is kind of my bread and butter. But recently I was also working with Godot. So I can also do GDScript now. I also teach JavaScript. I also teach PHP. What else? C#, PHP, JavaScript, GDScript. Oh yes, C++, but like only as much as I need. I'm not really a C++ programmer. Yeah, that's about what I do day to day. Mostly C#. And every time I don't do C#, I wish I was doing C# instead. So why does this not convert FM speed? Speed baker, speed component. The speed baker. I forgot how this baking shit works. Let's check the docs. Entities, documentation. Components. Spawner. Yeah, we need a subscene. I have a subscene. Create a component. We have a component. Spawner. Ah, yeah, we need this fucking authoring thing. Spawner authoring. I may already have deleted that. Okay, so let's just call this test authoring. And this has to... no. No, the authoring is is this essentially just the component as a mono behavior, and then you need the baker. But then spawner authoring, create an empty game object called spawner. In your subscene, attach spawner authoring. Open entities, hierarchy window, and set the data mode to runtime or mixed. Spawner entity, the entities hierarchy windows display. So my pawn should be converted. Set this to runtime. Oh yeah, it is being converted. Okay, I just have to change this to runtime. And for some reason it doesn't show up in here. For whatever reason. So I was just looking in the wrong place. Oh yeah, okay, so it is this, but I have to, can't have it on automatic or mixed. I have to have it on runtime. Okay, so that's a little bit annoying. So let's just put this to runtime. And this is authoring. Mixed, apparently. So this doesn't convert. We need any speed. And then why doesn't it show? Runtime. Okay, so what I actually wanted to check was the mesh. How does ECS in a mesh is material mesh info, material mesh -1, render mesh array, meshes, instance ID. Render bounds. That's not very helpful. Render mesh. Oh, I think there was another. No, but the mesh filter should be correct, but I think there's different collider types. Oh yeah, this is in the physics package, huh? Entities physics. Yeah, Unity physics. But I don't really want physics in my simulation. Or do I? Maybe for like fighting? That would be useful. And I would also need colliders when I want to click on something. So yeah, I guess I need physics. Huh? Shit. Okay, then give me the physics. Besides this, I also created artwork for streamers and YouTubers. Would you like me to show you my artwork as well? Sure. If you have a link, then just send it. I'm not very artsy, so my feedback won't be very sophisticated, but I'm happy to have a look. So what can I share in Discord? Well, I'm not giving out my Discord, so you'll have to send me a link to wherever you have your portfolio. If you have a website or something. Okay. The version of Burst used in your project has changed. Please. Why do you change my Burst version? What the fuck? Burst is using 18 installed. I hope this didn't break anything. Entities 132 dependencies. Okay, so this is just a minor version update. So we restart. Unity. Okay, so then I'll have to. There were different components for colliders and rigid bodies for the ECS physics. Okay, so we have first 1818. And then this should be. Why do I have two add component buttons here? What the fuck? Huh? Entity baking preview? What the fuck is going on? Convert to floating window. I broke Unity. Ah, no, it's because of the mixed tab. Oh, that's confusing. And then there is wait, I forgot the name. Physics. Which software do I use? I'm using, well, Unity and Visual Studio. And that's about it. I'm also on GitHub, yeah. I have some projects, some public projects on GitHub that I could share. Let's check the documentation here. Wait, what's my GitHub? Here. Installation, packages, physics, simulation pipeline, authoring, physics step. Built-in physics authoring. Unity Physics supports the built-in Unity engine physics components for subscene editing. For more information, refer to the built-in physics documentation. Okay, so we can use Boxsphere, Capsule, and Mesh Collider. So it should be happy to convert this cube. So what do we have now? Render bounce, render filter, render mesh. Not really anything new. Oh yeah, no, I removed the collider, of course. Runtime. Physics collider. Ah yeah, here we go. Collision filter, material, collider type, box. Okay. So this is the box collider specifically, and if I use the mesh collider, cooking options. Then we have physics collider, mesh, collision type, composite, mass properties, material, collision filter. But where does it actually store the mesh? The collision mesh. Can you edit me in Discord? Yeah, later when I'm done here. Render filter settings. Render mesh array. Make this convex. Physics collider. Nippele Faye, what's going on? I don't know if this even makes sense to use the Unity physics just to have. I mean, I think yeah, I need it. But now I have to figure out how I work with meshes in ECS, which is like such a drag. And the documentation is also not very helpful. Interacting with bodies, physics, collision queries. So I have a chunk like this, yeah. And then I would have to, if I make this a baking only entity, does this get converted? Wait, voxel to enable this. And now I have my chunk here. No, this does not get converted. Yeah, documentation suck, but I just copy it into AI and it pulls what I need out of it. One area is so yeah. That is true. If I can figure out how to do a certain thing, I just ask ChatGPT, hey, do this, and then at least I know the syntax, and then I can work from there. Even if ChatGPT doesn't give the best version to do something, still a good place to start. So I guess when I create my chunks, I'll have to manually tell them to be converted into ECS. I built the core of my game with GPT-4. It was kind of useful till it got more complex, yeah. As soon as you reach like a certain threshold of complexity, ChatGPT will no longer be able to help you. At some point, you will need a good understanding of the problem you're trying to solve to get any useful information. Well, generate world. Okay, we Here we are creating the mesh. We're creating all the meshes. And then, oh, fuck me. There was some conversion helper class. So we have the chunk here, chunk mesh. This is our game object. Chunk meshes. Add range, components and children. Ah, yeah. So this is for meshes that were already created before. Which I don't really need anymore. Oh yeah, I want to try Dragon Age the Veilguard. See a lot of stuff, positive and negative reviews online. What do I think? So I thought like 1 week ago, when all of the news came out about Dragon Age Veilguard, I thought that I'm probably would hate it because, well, all this left-wing propaganda, even if I agree with a lot of it, it's kind of annoying to have it like shoved in your face in a game, you know? And there were clips coming out and whatnot. And I thought, oh boy, that's probably gonna be quite annoying. But I bought it anyway. And actually, I was pleasantly surprised that it is not as much in your face as all the, well, reviews would have you believe. I played for like, let's see, Dragon Age. I played for 7.6 hours. And I haven't really seen anything that would be overtly woke. So I would have expected someone to tell me, oh, I am gay, oh, I am non-binary, oh, I identify as this or that, like minutes into the game. But that didn't happen. Every character seemed very, very decent. There was nothing that stood out as like overly sexualized or very identity politics kind of stuff. So I actually enjoyed my time with the game so far. I found the crazy left super annoying, but at the same time, the anti-war crowd is super annoying too. Yeah, they blow it out of proportion, but that aside, people were criticizing the cartoon graphics. Wind Waker, the best game. Yeah. The graphics, actually, I don't mind the graphics. It's like not the best that I've ever seen, but it's also not the worst. It's like, yeah, solid. I don't really see what I would complain about here. It's not like Elden Ring or something, where you get like a visual orgasm every second. But it's also not, you can't say this is bad. So, yeah. On the other hand, it's still 60 euros, which I find very expensive. You want Mass Effect 5. I have stopped playing Mass Effect after the first. So I want people to just be honest. Yeah. Yeah. That would be nice. And there was one part in the game where, like, in the main hub area, and there is a mirror or something, and there's an option to change your gender. And that was pretty much the only thing that I've seen that was like in that direction. But I'm like, if you don't want that, then just don't choose that option. I mean, it's not so difficult. And in my opinion, Veilguard is better than Inquisition. I really didn't like Inquisition. It was just like, technically, from a technical standpoint, I found it awful. People are too terminally online. Yeah. So in my book, it's a lot like Dragon Age 2, which people also didn't really like at the time. I also thought it's fine. So I also played Dragon Age 2 to the end. People can say whatever they want. I love Dragon Age 2, yeah. I mean, it's also not a bad game. It wasn't anything like Dragon Age 1 Origins, which of course will piss off some people, but it also doesn't automatically make it a bad game. So, yeah. I like Dragon Age. I love Dragon Age Origins. That was a fantastic game. And I can see why they would go in a different direction for the second. Because if you have a huge success and then you make the same thing again, it can be hard to like reach the same heights. And I guess also action RPG were kind of the trend at the time. But yeah, I still liked it. Even though the internet was like, boo, Dragon Age 2. It's not Dragon Age Origins. I really didn't like Inquisition because there was just too many bugs. There was like, I can clearly remember there was, how do I show this? Like, you had this game world, yeah, and somehow you had this top-down view, and you had a cursor, and you moved around with the cursor. I don't know if it was for target selection or something, but you couldn't even move the cursor across a fence. So imagine, like, my cursor is here and this is a fence. You can't move your cursor across the fence. You have to look for a hole in the fence and then go around, which was so So annoying. And I think I played like to the halfway point and then I stopped because it was just too. It wasn't fun enough to war on this level of annoyance. Blame Frostbite? Yeah, I suppose. Okay. So, Dragon Age Veilguard. Not a bad game in my book. If it's worth 60 euros to you is a different question. Usually I don't really buy AAA games, I only buy indie games. I'm so sorry, we have deviated way too much. No, it's okay. We're talking about games. This is a game development channel, so all good, all good. So there was some convert thing, I want to say. There are apparently many convert things, but we're looking for. I'm gonna play it after I finish Witcher 3. Oh, Witcher 3. Witcher 3 is also a very good game. I have played it right up until the end and then I stopped. That's for some reason that's the thing I do. I don't finish the last hour of a game. I did the same thing with Kingdom Come Deliverance, the game that reminds me why I like gaming in the first place. So you are into big worlds. Oh yeah, but Witcher 3 has a very, very rich environment and so much lore and characters. Yeah, characters are also really cool. And it just feels like when you play The Witcher that there's so much stuff that you have yet to explore. It's not like Skyrim, where there's just endless amounts of quests and endless amounts of locations. But there's just like so many things to learn about just the mobs in The Witcher. Because every mob has a backstory and some lore behind it and certain weaknesses and stuff. I used to like Skyrim, but it got stale so fast. Yeah, at some point it does get stale because it's very, very generic. I've completely forgotten what I was about to do. What was I doing? Ah, yeah, I was looking for the freaking convert. Was it like entity converter or something? Entity. Yeah, I need to convert my game object to an entity. And I know there was a class to do that, but I don't remember the name of the class. I think it was game object to entity converter. An entity is essentially no game object utility is maybe it's on a different thing. An entity is essentially a game object in ECS. So I'm using ECS for my basically all my logic I want to do in ECS. And what that allows me to do is parallelize everything, pretty much. It's a bit more difficult to set up, but you have huge performance gains. And that is what I'm after. Okay, let me Unity game object convert to entity. Is ECS and dots the same thing? Well, ECS is part of dots. But it's not exactly the same. So dots is the data-oriented technology stack, which encompasses several things that Unity has done over the past few years. And ECS is one of the things. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna ask ChatGPT. How do I convert a game object that I create at runtime into a ECS entity in Unity? Game object conversion utility. Game object conversion utility, but I don't have that. Unity game object conversion utility. Maybe that doesn't exist anymore because this is old. Oh. So this is 0.8, 9, 1. Okay, it was removed in 1. You're right in one regard. It's more difficult to set up. Yeah. Yeah, because they didn't they didn't yet figure out a good way to make your game objects into entities. That's kind of annoying. I would have thought there was a simpler way to do this. But apparently no. So it still existed in 0.9, 10, 13, 17. Yeah. All the way to 1.0. And then they removed it. Oh. Okay, wait, maybe ChatGPT has another idea. Add the convert to entity component. Convert to entity component. Unity. Convert. No, that also doesn't exist. Not very helpful. Hmm. Okay, so ChatGPT only knows an older version of ECS. Okay, let's check the documentation then. Entities, documentation. So this is the version I have. Convert. Prefabs baking. Baking overview. Baking is the process that converts game object data in the Unity editor, authoring data into entities written into entity scenes. Runtime data. Baking is a non-reversible process that turns a performance-intensive but flexible set of game objects into a set of entities and components optimized for performance. Authoring and runtime data. In Unity, game object data is made up of both runtime and authoring data. This data model gives you a lot of flexibility, which is essential during editing but not needed at runtime because Unity processes both the game object's runtime and authoring data at once and means that runtime performance suffers. However, Unity's entity component system is designed so that it represents the data in your application in the most efficient way. To avoid processing any data that isn't required because of this design, it separates authoring and runtime data. Authoring data is any data that you create during the editing of your application, such as scripts, assets, or any other game-related data. This data type is flexible and readable, designed for humans to interact with. Runtime data, the data that ECS processes at runtime, such as the data it processes when you enter play mode. This data type is optimized for performance and storage efficiency, designed for computers to process. In the editor, you can always check what type of Unity is processing, blah. Game objects called authoring game objects represents the authoring data in ECS. Any components that are part of an authoring game object are called authoring components. Yeah, authoring game objects are contained in authoring scenes. So maybe that means I have to spawn my chunks into my subscene for it to be converted? Or maybe I should just create an entity to begin with and that's so much work. Okay, so my chunk has a mesh collider. Let's remove this. And this chunk mesh has the most logic. Here we convert the data of the voxels into the actual mesh. And then obviously when the data changes, we have to change the mesh accordingly. The chunk data. We already have the data in entities anyway, which is the voxel data component. Which has the position, rotation, and the type, which is pretty much all the data we need. And we do have our array of voxels, which is currently in here. Well, it's a native hash map, but has the same purpose. So technically, I could have a system that reads this same hash map and creates the mesh from there, which leads me back to my original question of how does ECS handle meshes? That is still very much unanswered. Does this say anything about meshes? It does not. Super unhelpful. I feel like the meshes were not native to ECS. So I think I would still have to edit the meshes outside of ECS anyway. Which kind of defeats the whole purpose of putting the meshes into ECS. Let me ask ChatGPT. It wasn't very helpful in my last question, but maybe. How can I edit meshes in Unity ECS? Editing meshes in Unity ECS requires a different approach than modifying meshes directly on game objects. In traditional Unity and ECS, you manipulate data components to represent and update the mesh properties. Here are the main ways to work with and modify the meshes in ECS. Use the mesh instance renderer, hybrid renderer, yeah. So hybrid means that it's part ECS, part game object. In Unity ECS, meshes are typically rendered using the hybrid renderer package, where you attach a render mesh component to an entity. So that is basically what we have here, I think. Where is it? Render mesh. Render data. Physics collider. Render bounce. Render filter. Render mesh array. We have materials, we have meshes. And this is an instance ID. I don't know what this refers to. Render mesh component to an entity. The render mesh component contains data like the mesh material and other rendering properties. However, to actually edit or manipulate the mesh vertices, normals, UVs, you'll need to use a mesh object in the classic Unity API. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Then convert it to an ECS entity. Okay. So editing meshes in ECS is not a thing. Which means my chunks have to live outside of ECS. And I won't convert them. Nothing really has to interact with them anyway, because I'm only using them for mouse input. Sorry, never occurred to ask till now, what game are you making? I am making a RimWorld type game. Which, well, yeah, that's a lot like RimWorld, but 3D. And I have some ideas to make it more interesting. So I'm going medieval setting. And I'm also, well, the art style that I don't want to go for. Let me pull out my reference art. I was contemplating a while if I want to go 3D that is rendered in 2D, but that seems very, very difficult. So I settled on trying to do some Octopath Traveler type of graphics where you have partial 3D environment and 2D characters. Not 2.5D, no. 2.5D would just be like multiple layers of 2D planes. This is an actual 3D world, but the characters in this are 2D sprites. And I'm also thinking I probably want to do some of the environment 2D, like trees. Like these trees here, these are 2D sprites. But the ground, for instance, is 3D. So it's a mix of both. It's not 2.5D. 2.5D is like 2D that tries to look like 3D. But this kind of thing is called HD 2D, which is where you have actual 3D environment, but a lot of stuff is still 2D. If I ever played the first game, would it be fine to play the second game? What do you mean? Which first game? Which second game? Octopath Traveler? Oh, I don't know. I haven't played it myself. It's still on my You have to play this at some point list. So, beats me. But the graphics look very good. So, that is my plan. Okay, so now I figured out that my chunks cannot be ECS. So my my block placement utility has to interact with the chunk mesh. So the chunk mesh also gonna be public. The length is gonna be internal then. Okay, so that should be okay. And this is also okay. Okay. So now I can put this on my camera. Block placement. We need the preview. Oops. I said we need the. Huh? Why are you? What the fuck? Preview. Here you go. Rotation speed. We don't need. Settings. Oh, because we're on time. Voxel settings. Okay, camera. Okay. And now we have to connect all these events. Select. Block placement, select, rotate block. Block placement, rotate block. Okay. UI document. This also needs this. Replace. Okay. Oh yeah, this is a bit big for testing purposes. Let's go 2 by 2. Okay, so now I should be able to do this. Okay. So I can edit my stuff. I also need to be able to see my graph. Why can't I see my graph? Voxel connections. Okay, so this is the graph that I use for pathfinding, which exists only in ECS because that's where all my characters will be. And now I have to adjust that graph whenever I change blocks. Which I want to do in this system. For that, I have this component data, which I use as an event, which has to be emitted by this block placement utility. So for some reason, my apartment is getting super cold. It's 10 degrees outside. It feels like it's also 10 degrees inside. Guess I have to turn up my radiator. Emit my component. So when we press select, then we add this. And then essentially all I would have to do is get the world, get the entity manager, and say create entity create entity. Yeah, just like this. Let's call this entity event entity, and we add component data voxel edit event to event entity. Oh yeah, we have to set the data also. This new this position is point. Vector 3 int. Cannot be converted. Oh, wait. This is world position, chunk position. Get chunk position. I need my global position as vector int. Local position is this, chunk position. Ah, yeah. So I think I actually have a voxel helper, voxel index to position would be the other way around. So I need a method to position to index. But I will have to stop in a moment. Let's try to finish this. So we just divide everything by this, I want to say. So the one difference is that my blocks are half height. So the block at height 1 has index 2. So I divide by 0.5. Yeah, that checks out. And then I can just say voxel position to index. Oh, wait. I also need this to be int mathf around to int around everything. Chunk mesh local position. And then I can do the same here. I just get the voxel helper position to index point. Voxel position. And can this be converted to int 3? Oh, no, but I think I had also a 2 int 3, yes. Okay, and then we need the rotation, which is building block rotation. Rotation value. And type is I am building block type. Okay, so that is my event. Which I then can pick up from here. So let's just test this really quick. And then I'm gonna zip it for today. Yeah. Okay, so that's the first step to that. I thank you all for hanging out. I'll have to go now and turn out my radiator. Do you do this full time? Well, streaming, no. Programming, yeah. I'm a freelance programmer. And currently I'm streaming because I have no paid projects to work on. So I work on my personal projects. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So I will see you maybe tomorrow. No promises. But maybe tomorrow. Okay, then I'll see you around. Bye bye.